Morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. I hope you're well. I apologize. Whoops, that's not supposed to be there right now. I apologize for the delay. Go figure. I ended up having technical difficulties for the last 12 minutes signing in. I had to completely reinstall my computer and settings are off. So I'm glad to be able to broadcast. I was worried for a moment, but I figured it out in the settings. So here I am. So a lot came to me this morning, and that's why I kind of pushed back the teachings so I can be ready and to give something that is complete. So, first thing, just to mention, so last week I mentioned a GoFundMe site to assist the teachings and myself. That really didn't work out. People couldn't find it. I saw it active on my end, whatever. I deleted it. So I have established a portal through my website, which works mainly through my website, but transmits the information to PayPal to be processed. I think it will work this way. So I have put in the link on the little topics to the teaching announcement for this week, and you can find the link. It's also attached to the website, obviously. So if you go to my website, www.wisdomoftheshalom, you'll see a link in sort of the menu, the very bottom of the menu. And so for those who feel called, I invite you to do so if that speaks to you. If it doesn't, that is perfectly fine. It doesn't necessarily need to be a whole lot either. And if you don't feel called or you can't afford it, that's totally fine. There's absolutely, it's just offered, and it's all good. And though I would appreciate people, to send their good thoughts and prayers to me as I do to you, and we all do to each other. That's really what matters most to me. And so, yes. So this is going to be a teaching. It is, it's not even the 8th gear. This teaching has no gears. I'm going to try something I haven't done before. In some traditions, before one receives certain teachings, I'm just checking the sound here. One moment. I'm not... wondering if people are able to hear me. I can't really hear myself. All right. I'm just going to assume the problem is somehow on my end. And I'm going to continue. Everything looks good on my end, but I have a little feedback earphone where I like to kind of check it's coming through, because once a year and a half ago, I spoke to myself the whole time. Oh, I hear myself pretty well now. Good. Shalom. Once I spoke to myself for an hour and a half. Thankfully, I recorded it and was able to put it out there. So since then, I always check. That's why I pause a little bit at the beginning. I don't know if people noticed. That is when I am checking for the sound of my voice. So we're going to try something a little new here. Sometimes before anyone receives a teaching, especially a profound one, which this is, people meditate. We take a moment normally to call in God and find that stillness before we begin. This time we're going to take it a little longer, maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes, where people can find that stillness, that sort of fresh start, where we return to the present moment to be as receptive as possible. It's not something I normally fully do with my teachings, but this is a certain caliber of teaching. So I feel important to kind of do this. Okay, so why don't people take a moment? They could be in front of their shrines or just in the chair where you're at. I'm going to be speaking for a while, but I promise you we will be practicing at the end. So find the center and calm down. I know there's been a lot of changing time and a delay because of technical issues, but that's the past. Now we're in the present and we're all here. And I will also do the practice and the line, and then we shall begin. So that's 4 or 5 minutes, okay? Okay. I'm taking a few breaths because I was actually finalizing everything because I want there to be a perfect presentation, as always. And so was making sure everything was ready. Sunday mornings is when it comes through. I prepare during the week if there's things I want to talk, but somehow there's a special coalescence that happens on the Sunday morning. And sometimes it just keeps growing, and it's a beautiful thing, but then I run out of time. So during the week, I wanted to continue with the chart, a beautiful sacred graph, which you could find in a downloadable version on the website. There's a little download section. It's very profound. Like I said, images are wonderful things, spiritual, mystical images. This shows the entire path. By having received the teaching, or still receiving it today, and then looking at it, one now is able to intellectually understand what one is looking at. That's essential, because that's a part of this. The energy of it, right? It has a powerful energy. That's a transmission. If you couple that with the knowledge of what's there, which we discussed, we even discussed the Hebrew, it all means something. It's a reason it's there. It's not random. And then by looking at it, it all floods into us, whether we're conscious or not, because our mind knows what this means. We've taught it. And maybe at a deeper subconscious level, we always kind of knew, possibly. So the image transmits. So it's a powerful image to have on one's prayer space, I feel. It very much aligns, and there's a lot of blessings going on in this image. So maybe people take a moment to look at it, kind of remember all the different elements we've discussed. And today we're going to be beginning the discussion with the Aleph, the sort of end symbol right above God in the black circle. So why doesn't everybody just take a moment and just sort of refamiliarize with this? All right. Let us begin then. Just contemplating this image during this week. And I did touch about it a little bit briefly last week. But it's so profound I did not do it justice, and I realized there was one last piece to this teaching that I felt I really didn't hit home. And that's the Aleph. It is the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet. It has no sound. It's just the letter. It's a silent letter. It carries a lot of significance. Now, of course, when we name it, we have to put sound to it. Otherwise, how do we say the letter? Right? So that's why it has a name, Aleph. However, it doesn't have a sound. It's a silent letter. But it carries a lot of significance. It's associated with embodying the essence of creation and divine presence. So it's an Aleph. Yes? An is full embodiment. It's very pregnant, so to speak. And it's the first letter of many alphabets. This is why we say Amen. It's not Amen. The English language starts with A, B, C. In a lot of languages, in French is A. A lot of languages starts with A as the first letter. It's a very sacred sound. So it carries a very primal energy. It connects us to the essence of creation. And as Hebrew is constructed on a very sacred bedwork, the language and its sounds has a very spiritual transmission to it. And so the language transmits beautifully this concept of the Aleph. So by naming it, it gives it form, and it connects us to a sacred resonance. It's a powerful reminder of how language and spirituality intertwine. In some other traditions, another sound is used, and that's not the case. It's really the ah sound. It's a sort of pre-creation that carries a divine resonance, like a universal echo of the sacred, woven into the fabric of existence. It's, with all due respect, it's not the sound OM, which I'm not going to pronounce, because that itself is a transmission, but people would know what it is. It is rather an ah sound. It has a very different frequency. And as we name the Aleph, the sound also holds power because of the intent and reverence of the people behind it. So as we give a symbol that has no sound, it connects us to it. So when we say Aleph, the Hebrew syllable for that is connected to it. Therefore, we tap into what has really no sound. It's something I'm going to get into in a moment. But that is, in a way, our verbal energetic, sound-like length to it. We've established that link to it. We've given it name, a name to something that's nameless. It connects us to a primal divine essence of Yahweh, and it bridges the gap between the known and the unknown. So I'm going to explain this symbol more. It's the Aleph, but I would like to just present it, and then we could just rest in a moment in it. And I will explain its color and everything as I move forward. But people can just sit with this image and feel the energy of it. Try not to conceptualize it. Just be in its presence. And I'm going to give us a moment with this. So, as I've been mentioning, images contain power and transmission. This is very, very sacred symbol because it signifies something to us. So, as human beings, we need symbols to connect, sounds to connect, sometimes even smells or feeling to connect. It's a portal to what's unknowable, but yet we know, but yet we don't know. Something we can't fully conceive of, but we try to feel and understand it, to grasp it, to live with it and what it represents and how it manifests in our reality. This picture will be on the website to be downloaded if you so feel called to it. This is an image that can be on your prayer space. It's an image that some people wear around their neck. So let's go in a little deeper with this. So it's a beautiful reminder on how sound, vision, and intention and religion are intertwined. Even though it does resemble an N, from an English perspective. It has a very unique shape, and it depicts with 2 yods and a vav, Hebrew letters. And it symbolizes, so the 2 yods are other sides, and the vav is the line in between. And it symbolizes the different realms and the connection between them. The 2 yods represent higher and lower realms, while the vav connects them, symbolizing the link between divinity and earth, us, between the divine and manifestation. It's the first letter of the alphabet. Just like God created everything, first came God, then came everything else. It's the seed from where it all comes from. And it represents the balance and unity in creation. A divine connection and balance. It represents the divine before any articulation, any sound, word, or form. It holds the infinite silent potential, the breath before creation, the space where God exists beyond any definition or conception. It's, like I mentioned last week, beyond our understanding, beyond our concepts. It is completely beyond this dimension. It's beyond everything. It's the essence of God. But even essence is a wrong word because that defines it. It's beyond any words, beyond any concepts. It's beyond the beyond. It's the essence of divinity, which we try to conceptualize, as I'm grasping to conceptualize, to point at it. But it's not possible to define because that's trying to trap it in a definition. It's beyond any definition. It's beyond any way of being able to describe it because it's undescribable. It's the mystery of Yahweh, the mystery of Adonai, of Hashem, of Elohim. And so in our image from this Aleph, if you look at the image here, if we remember the 3 circles emanating from that are the 3 upper sephirots, Keter, Chokmah, and Bina, flowing downward in a concentric way from the silent source. It's the limitless, unknowable essence of God that precedes even the emanation of light or thought. The first circle is the Sof. It's the edge or the boundary. It's the limit beyond which we can no longer speak, name, or even imagine. It's meaning non-being. It's beyond any sort of negation. It's beyond any concept. The Ein Sof, the second circle, is without end, infinite, boundless, the limitless divine. And the Or Ein Sof is the infinite light, the light that radiates from the infinite as the first expression, still undifferentiated. I'm sorry, those are not the circles. That's emanating before the lines of the upper sephirots. So as we see, we go from the Aleph into creation. There's a manifestation of different levels, and then comes the contraction, and then the emulation of the beginning of the creation of who we are. Yes? It's more a pregnant silence before emanation begins. There's not even infinite light yet in the Ein Sof. It's the pure potential for light, for sound, for being. In some teachings, it's even higher than Keter. It's the gateway between unknowable essence of Yahweh and the first stirrings of creation. That is sort of the blackness with the Aleph in white in the chart. Do you see? It's not just there, it's symbolizing so many different levels as there begins to sort of become a presence that begins to emanate. It's impossible to grasp. I'm ahead of my notes. So there's really no boundary. In the Ein Sof, or Ein Sof, there's a sort of emanation, but there's no emanation. When God created space, that is where it begins to have an emanation. And those are the three upper sephirots. Almost like an energetic. It's an echo. It begins with the I am leading, let there be light. So the Aleph is the silent breath before the I am. And right after the Or Ein Sof, the infinite light, this is where there is let there be light. It's the beginning of structured light. It's within the space created by Tzitsum, the contraction, where God pulls himself back so there may be a space for creation to occur. Yes? This is why God's unknowable. He's not within our dimension. He's beyond it. It's not even to describe where he is. He's within, he's without, he's everywhere. So when we pull back, when he pulled back and said, let there be light, we have the beginning of the tree of life, the beginning of that infinite spark. Does that make sense? It's that beginning of the emanation. It's so the Aleph, to sort of pull it back, because I got all over my notes in different areas because I went out of order. The Aleph is the symbol of divinity. And in our chart, we have the 3 upper sephirots, which is it's beyond our physical realm in a way. It's the beginning of the manifestation. But then you have the lower 7, which is within our reality. These are the ones that we sort of work with to balance. If that makes understanding, let me pull up this. So the 3 are above, right? Keter, God, wisdom on the right, understanding on the left. And then we create the world of form, where we try to balance our manifestations and to connect with the divine understanding and wisdom, and to go into proper balance. The source of it all, the Aleph. And this is what makes this symbol so powerful. It's the representation of what's unknowable, the symbol, but it has no symbol. But it's a representation, as best as we can do it, of what's ungraspable and unknowable, the source of everything that exists beyond everything. And I mention it because that's at the top of our image here. And now we have a complete understanding of it. The essence, as described, pointed towards by the Aleph, the 3 upper sephirots. Let me go back. So we have the Aleph at the top right, the 3 upper sephirots, and then the lights of the 7 lower sephirots, which we clear, the rainbow lights of the 7 blessings, the 7 different ways and of purifying and aligning the different sephirots. The divine blessing that once we are able to integrate into our lives, we work and able to live through a greater harmony. That's the central column of the tree of life, as we've been discussing. All of this, including ourselves, emanate from God, which is the Aleph. Beyond light, beyond sound, beyond understanding. And the 3 concentric rings is when they begins to have the beginning of creation, the first movement, the rainbow light that begins to emanate, that creates everything that we start to have. Keter is a pure light beyond any color. And then on the right, wisdom, you see the rainbow, all the different colors begin to form. And then it starts condensing the energies, fully condense into solid form at kingdom, at the bottom. But the source of it all is represented by this symbol. And that's why it is so sacred. Because it's a complete teaching. This is why symbols are so important. You look at it, and it's not to understand it intellectually. It's not to describe it like I've been trying to describe. It's to allow the energy beyond description to try to relate with it. Why is it in gold? It's not just a color, it's a frequency. It's a divine frequency. Gold is divine light made manifest. It's not the light of day. It's eternal. It's the incorruptible light of holiness. It's not firelight. It's not sunlight. It's the light of Yahweh. The Aleph is the breath before sound. It's really not something you see or you can hear. Though we've named the syllable, we've named what we're seeing here, so we know what we're talking about. But it has no sound. It's not the Aleph in itself either. But it's how we could try to represent what it is. It points to a gateway of being. It's the moment where non-being chose to become. And it's not used, the color gold, to color the Aleph. The gold is used to honor what the Aleph represents. It's the first radiance of consciousness. It's the silent flash of being from the unseen. It's the stillness in Yahweh's voice. It's Yahweh's light, the gold within it. It symbolizes, it transmits. And that's why we sit with it. It's in current, beyond description, beyond getting a little tripped up by one's own notes. It's beyond everything. And the only way to really try to represent it, to try to understand it, is not by understanding it. It's by sitting with it. Looking at it. Being in silence with it. There's no way our minds can grasp it. It's beyond description. If you get a felt sense of what it is, the second you try to put it into words, you've already pulled back from it. And then you'll find yourself a little bit grasping for words like I am, because you just can't really corner it. It's beyond everything. It's the sacred mystery of God. And that's why it's in gold. Divinity. It reminds us it comes from the divine emanation. It doesn't come from anything else but God. Everything here comes from God. And that reminds us of that. It's the core of religious thinking. At least the one that I teach. And by us touching in with that, like we do mantras, we touch in with it, correct? We allow that sacred energy to begin to flow. And this is why our diagram here, and why I have spent so many days, as best as I can, to explain it, is so powerful. It's the whole path, and it's literally what's going on. And by understanding what's going on, we're better able to work with what's going on. And without getting tripped up in the sifrots, or in the color lights, or which blessing stems from which color of the rainbow to which sifrots, and how it affects us, and all that wonderful from an intellectual point of view, and may help, and I described it last week, to be able to connect with certain energies so we know what to look for. But ultimately, like with the mantra, it's connecting with the energy that's beyond intellect. The Aleph, as I show it here, is what it is. In a way, it's the seed syllable from which the mantras come from which the names of God come from. Because this existed before Torah, before the covenant, the sound beyond sounds, the names beyond names, the true essence from which everything comes from, the names, the Torah, the teachings. These are things that manifested into our dimension when God pulled back. But these are things that permit us here to connect with Him, permits us to connect with His nature, with His energy, so we can come back to Him, so we can purify ourselves, so we can return. These teachings, the Aleph, the mantras, these lights, the sifrots, everything that's taught in sacred in the Torah, in the Tanakh, are for us to help us return into better alignment, to remain in better alignment. All the mitzvot we do is to connect with God, to show our alignment by doing actions to be in alignment. We watch our actions, so energetically we reconnect, we don't disconnect, because it's a frequency of following direction, of doing the right thing, which brings us into alignment because it balances our sifrots. Ah, I overlaid it. That's good. So now we see where the chart is pointing towards. This is another way of showing what the image is. We are looking for alignment. We are looking for ways to align. I teach the path of energy. That's what I understand. It's what I used. Sometimes with concepts I get a little tripped up. Still learning. But what I do understand fully is energy. Energy transcends knowledge. It transcends concepts. It purifies and connects without having to understand. Somebody who's illiterate, has no knowledge of the world, doesn't understand anything, does not block the person from connecting to God in deeper ways, because all the person has to do is say the sacred names, understand what's behind the Aleph. Because the energy is what connects. That sacred sound could actually heal his or her mind, could actually bring knowledge that could exceed one of the most learned people on the planet. Because it's all contained in the sound. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? One moment, please. It's complete. Frequency can heal with the divine names. And now we have an understanding of where these sounds come from. It's what has no sound. I was speaking a little bit with the volume off. I'm sorry. So when everything sort of so if you look at the Sifrot, it's all about energy. Everything is energy until Yesod, and then it materializes into our world. Everything before could be considered conscious, unconscious imbalances, our actions, what we're pulled to, how we're off, correct, coalesces into a certain mixtures of frequencies. And it's transmitted to us in our physical form and creates what we think we are. And if we think we are a certain thing, then there's no room to change. But we can understand we're much more than that. We're a momentum of instincts and desires, knowledge and ignorance, truths and untruths, improper movements within our bodies that throw us off, chakra misalignments, psychological states misalignments. And by working with the pure energy of God, we could re-enter into a balance. Doesn't require knowledge to work with it, though I've explained how it works. So we have that understanding. But ultimately, the divine energy from where everything comes can bring us into direct alignment without any knowledge. Even if someone is not able to understand, who has mental issues, isn't taught, who's illiterate, by saying the names of God, he could find, or she find, complete healing in his or her mind, may gain sacred knowledge that could exceed the mind of anybody on this planet. Because one taps into a source that's beyond. That sacred vibration which underlines our entire reality. And it stems from what the Aleph is trying to point to, but can't point to. But it's a symbol which directs our energy and our minds to something. And if we open to it without trying to understand it too much, it's sort of where all the names of gods comes from. It's pointing to a source. And our roads, our path leads to that. So if we better connect with the energy of what that is, our car will naturally drive itself. So we have artificial intelligence helping drive our car nowadays, apparently, when you push a button and then it just drives, right? Well, as we enter an alignment into our central column, the Shekhinah, the Merkava chariot, we get into greater and greater resonance to that divine signal, and it begins to guide us, to direct us. We know where to go, we know where to turn, we have that instinct, and we learn to trust it over time. And we realize it points to the greater aspect of ourselves, that part that we're trying to fix through commercialism, desire, alcohol, sex, whatever it is. We're trying to fill some sort of void or a desire or some imbalance we have. It's not necessarily sex, but like too much sex, too much alcohol, too much trying to escape, right? It's not necessarily the thing. It's when it's out of balance. And we all kind of know when that is. We're trying to make up for an imbalance. But when we're in alignment and in balance to what provides the true balance, the frequency of God, everything falls into place. The Sifrots naturally fall into balance. the blessings represented by the rainbow lights here, if I could open the right one, naturally fall into place because it's all contained in the names of God. The path falls into place. Our connection falls into place. That line up to God can be seen as our clearing of our chakras, and that energy is able to flow from the bottom of our spine to the top, and then from the top back down. People forget the journey up is also meant to be the journey down. Right? You go up, but then you also requires a little work for it to go down properly too, and nobody really speaks about that. There's that circle, Jacob's ladder, going up the ladder, and there's angels coming down the ladder. It's the up and down, the relationship with the Merkava chariot. We feel it slightly, we're not on it. We feel its radiance, so we know which way to go, and we can feel when we're radiating away from that, right? We all know what's right and wrong within us, and we could feel that. We get that, ooh, right? And if we don't, then it's important to read books on morality and ethics and to follow it until we're able to find that alignment, that we end up knowing it from the felt sense. And as we line up more and more, we end up being and riding on the Merkava chariot. That's not impossible. We enter in greater union with the divine, and divinity works with us, and we work with divinity. And we find the ultimate fulfillment, the things we've been looking for. A greater alignment where we live in peace and in wholeness, where we radiate happiness and contentment. And it stems from this. Symbol is a very powerful thing. And you sit with it. And let it open into you. And over the course of months and years and maybe even decades, you begin to sort of quote-unquote understand. But it's not beyond it's beyond an understanding. But one is able to relate to what that is in ever greater ways. And that's relating to the Merkava chariot, which contains all the blessings of God. I teach the path of energy, if it's not already clear. One doesn't have to study necessarily. One just has to do. You take the plug and you plug it into the socket. When we practice, we're taking ourselves, our plug, and we're trying to plug it into a certain current. And we work with it. And we clear our wire. Remember those teachings, our antenna, our circuitry from the rust, from the disconnection, from the misalignment. And as we clear it by saying the names, that's why we're practicing. But when we're practicing, we're actually doing it too, right? As we clear it, we're in greater and greater connection with the flow, which is the Shekhinah. And then it's not practice anymore. We're living it. And then you don't necessarily need to have that practice space at home, because you could bring it into your life 24/7. You can call on it, a deeper connection on the spot when you need to. And it's not even needing to say a name of God. It's literally you're now able to connect in your own alignment because you've developed the ability and you've cleared the wire. So you snap on the spot by an intention, or you live from that place. And the color of everything is incredible. The greens are green like you've never imagined. The blues are blue. There's stillness, and you feel the Shekhinah, contentment, happiness, beauty. It's a dimension, it's a vibration, and it exists here. It's about renouncing those things which block us away from that. It's a choice. Do we apply ourselves or do we not? Do we decide to turn away from those things that bring us out of alignment and turn to those things that align us? Do we take the time to do practices to help us heal, to realign ourselves? Do we read sacred texts? Do we understand ethics and morality to help better guide us? Do we go to services? Do we try to learn? Why do we go to different services? Because of the energy of the prayers, by the energy of the place. It helps us to be in a current of sacred, because we are able to tap into it. It helps heal us. It helps us establish a current which makes us easier to carry it into our week. We receive instruction. We hear texts. It's taking a little bit of our time from the week and connecting with that. It's a direction of all about me and my life to saying I'm taking an hour or two to be with God at His house, in His temple, in His place of worship. Or taking a little time in your practice area if you don't have a place. That 1 or 2 hour a week, if one doesn't practice during the week. To sit and to be. To go in nature, to connect. And what are we connecting with? Ultimately, beyond every syllable, even beyond the Aleph, it's what the Aleph is pointing towards. It's what it's emanating. It's gold for a reason. It's not white, it's not black. It's gold. Connecting with the Merkava chariot, the Merkava, the Shekhinah, the emanation of God. The Shekhinah comes from the Aleph. It's the essence. You live there, you feel it, it becomes you. It's the threshold between infinity and us, between nothing and something, between hidden and revealed. And it's not nothing, it's non-nothing. It's beyond, but it's yet not nothing. It's non, N-O-N dashed. It's hidden and it's revealed. And the Aleph is the first movement of Yahweh's will toward creation. It's the sacred icon of the hidden light made visible. It's let there be light, the emanation from the I am. Gold is divinity, and Aleph is the divine, symbolically. Aleph does not speak, but it is the breath behind every sacred word. The gold doesn't shine because it is the light before the stars were made. It doesn't necessarily even symbolize the divine, but like I've been trying to explain, it emanates it. Aleph is the silent breath behind I am, which was the first spark of divine entity, identity in our dimension. So what I was trying to explain before, getting a little tripped up, Ein Sof can be seen as absolute nothingness. Ein Sof, it's endless. Or Ein Sof is infinite light. Then comes the contraction to create space. And then light emanates, which is creation, the let there be light, the manifestation of the beginning forms of energy that creates everything that is here. And there's a sacred phrase that tries to point it at this. It is, endless is the Holy One, blessed be He. And I think that's what it's trying to point at. Everything that I've sort of been trying to describe. I hope that makes sense. The names of God is a way to connect. The Torah is a way to connect. The birds, the trees, even the rocks are created by Him. Even steel. It all comes from the building blocks from which He created from the upper Sifrots and distilled down into us. The texts are great. God knows I love. But ultimately, it leads to an inner, it leads to an alignment. Ultimately, what matters is working with that energy to become in alignment, with or without study. But at the very least, there needs to also be that practice. Or people can just work with the energy. There are people who don't like teachings, who don't understand them. It's not for them, which is fine. There are people like that. It's a lot of the more female aspect of energy, wisdom, space. Nothing to do with male or female, mind you. Study is more masculine, structure, ideas. Right? All ideas and structure without the space or the driven of energy is problematic. All space with no structure at all, even the names of God, and reciting them, that's a problem. But if you're going to err on one side more than the other, from my perspective, err on the side of doing the practices and working with energy, because that's where the rubber meets the road. This is where the car is on the highway. Intellectually will not help with alignment, because we have an imbalance to correct. Our actions help with alignment, because we're putting ourselves back into an energetic alignment through our actions. We do good. Well, that creates a good frequency, which blesses us. We do bad, that's a constriction in our sephirots. It throws us more and more from the central channel. So our actions are important, our mitzvot, our karmic actions, our good mitzvah, not bad mitzvah. All these are important, but ultimately actions create energy. Everything we do and we think creates a certain energy, a certain direction, a certain impulse. So we're discussing the structure of things. And I like to give complete teachings. So we're going to understand a little bit on how all this fits in within creation. How the tree of life fits in over the greater pattern of what creates our world, our dimension. And I've already been touching on it, but there's a syllable, a symbol here that explains the divine structure of everything. And you see, when we're able to align with that structure, we're in alignment with the Shekhinah. The Shekhinah emanates from this, what this symbol is trying to represent. The divine weaving of everything we are. By praying good actions, we are aligning with the flow of what's eternal, what's pure, what can't be described, but can be felt. Most of us know when we do right from wrong. We like more happiness than pain. Right? We like beauty. We don't like things that are ugly. There's an alignment of a direction of something that's in equilibrium, that sits in an alignment of symmetry and balance and purity and blessing. And I think this is what this is trying to represent. So it's called the flower of life, and it sits, and the tree of life is a part of it. It's a golden pattern of creation. The flower of life is the primordial pattern woven into the fabric of all creation. It's not necessarily a symbol, though it can be viewed at. It's a memory. It contains the seed of life, the egg of life, the fruit of life, and each is an unfolding from one circle to the next. Created by the sacred act of a divine breath. These symbols can be seen throughout history. And it's the oneness of all life, the unity from which it all comes. It's the divine order of creation. And it's the pattern of the Shekhinah as she weaves form into wisdom. Shekhinah is viewed as feminine energy. So she weaves it from form into spirit, into energy, into our world. In Proverbs 8, chapter 27, it says, "He drew a circle upon the face of the deep." He drew a circle upon the face of the deep. The circles are the divine breath, and the deep is the feminine womb of form. The space that was created when he withdrew from this dimension so there can be space for us to be. This is why if God were here fully, we would not exist, because there'd be no space for us to have our frequency and our existence. So one could see the 10 Sephirots: Keter, pure will, wisdom, flash of insight, understanding, womb of form, mercy, boundless love, judgment, sacred strength, beauty, balance of above and below, eternity, creative flow, glory, reverent intellect, foundation, bridge and channel, kingdom, the world, Shekhinah. These are all God's inner attributes represented by the lights, the rainbow lights. It's the underpinning of the purity that underlines all of existence. And it's also the map for Tikkun, how to restore our world and ourselves, how we may re-enter into balance and then bring back balance into our world. This is the purity that is in the Sephirots that I just described. The purity in their alignment, the purity in those rainbow colors, the purity that is emanating, that exists within the flower of life, on which rests our Sephirots. And when aligned and when pure, as they're described here, they're gold, because that reminds us they come from divinity, from God, from the name before they were names. And so by looking at this symbol, which is the structure of everything, one is reminded of that. And that's what gives this image blessing, because it represents full alignment. And we look at it, and it carries a vibration. We look on it without analyzing it, without thinking about it. And we take it in. We received the teaching, so intuitively we know what it is. It's not just what's this, and we have no concept, oh, it's some nice artistic drawing that somebody made. No. People have had this vision, mystics. They've created what they've seen. What it is what we've described and been working on for 5 or 6 weeks now. I think the first Tree of Life teaching I gave was last October. This is the full understanding and the completion of that teaching. This is a frequency that one can meditate upon, because this is the frequency of the Shekhinah, that divine alignment that makes us whole. And we don't need to so much understand it as being able to connect with the frequency of what that is. One releases into it our holding, our blocks. Ultimately, what holds us back is the tension, our conscious, subconscious holding. So, if one has a block, one moment here. I promise you we will take a break. If one has a block, so when one meditates or prays, as one is clearing, one has visions or flashbacks, right? You see something and you're like, oof, that was abuse. How many people have had that one? All of us, right? So, okay, we have that feeling. We constrict. We feel the tension in our body, right? The thought, the emotions, the wind could be sucked out of our breath. We feel the whatever we felt when it was occurring. And do we feel our body constrict, our ability to constrict? Yes, it's a constriction. PTSD is a constriction of being stuck in an event that happened, and the frequency is here today, and it affects us because it's that strong. So we give it a name. Post-traumatic stress disorder. The greatest form of constriction. And it could lead to diseases, addictions, self-harm, which is energy and constriction causing so much pain that the sephirots are out of alignment. And it's not the person's fault. They're the victim. But the constriction and the thoughts behind it are so overpowering. Right? So we all have somewhere in the spectrum of that nothing, which none of us probably have that, to an extreme form, a full constriction. Yes? So people work on it. Therapy, medication, exercise, stretching, talking it through, different modalities to try to work through that energy, to process it, so it's less tight, less stuck, less fixed. So the energy and the thoughts begin to be, what? Released. And as we release pressure on something, things begin to flow. The proper movement of the energies, the vital energies in our body, the realignment of the sephirots in our chakras, as energy moves out of a misalignment or being stuck in a certain pattern, to give a flow to other areas that have been deprived of that energy, which causes an imbalance in them. And then what happens? Our thoughts and our emotions change. They get better. because we begin to re-enter into a better harmony with the energy. And there's always energy that flows through our central column. Let me make that clear. We're trying to live more and more there, but there's always energy coming from the central column at some way, because we always have some element of wisdom and true insight. And ultimately, that is the breath of life. And it does flow through all the chakras, otherwise we would be dead. And it does flow through all the sephirotes, even if we're more on the left side or the right side. That's the energy of God that emanates, that gives life to the whole thing, okay? So it doesn't mean we're deprived from the energy of God. It just means we've colored it. We've put our own frequency and imprint on it, so it's no longer Shekhinah, it's no longer golden. It's been affected by the density and what's happened to us or on our planet. So it changes from the pure colors, and all the sephirotes have colors to them. White light, gray, silver, black, blue, red, gold, rose, green, orange, violet, indigo, and earth tone. Doesn't necessarily matter which one's which, though I did list them in the right order. It's that's the purified form of them, as we see with the rainbow lights emanating from our picture. That's the balance. And as we're off, the color becomes a little muddy, right? So as opposed to having a beautiful, gorgeous orange, it starts looking a little sickly. It starts looking a dark brown. It's no longer looking all that orange, and it's looking more like a brownish orange or a greenish orange. Do you see? So when we enter into balance, the whole energetic makeup moves back to perfection, and ultimately it's a relaxation. We relax into the flow. We're relaxing into the energetic architecture that's our birthright from the Shekhinah, from God, from the Aleph. So the geometric harmony. So the placing of the tree of life within the flower of life really describes something. It aligns the structure in our spirit. The geometric harmony of the flower supports the dynamic flow of the tree. There's a unity to it. The tree of life, ourselves, our world, arises naturally from the seed of life at the flower's center. It's literally the pattern of Eden before the fall, which we're trying to return to, whether here physically or align our lives so we could return to it after this life ends. So what we're trying to do with our practices, the mantra recitation, having a shrine, lighting a candle, praying that God's Shekhinah may into it, lighting incense as an offering to God, taking walks in the wood, trying to do good actions, practice, do things, read, go to temple, good mitzvot, is to re-enter into connection with the frequency that's being represented by this picture. Visually. This exists energetically. It's the underlying structure of everything. When we look at it, there's an energy from it. Ultimately, it's that energy. Ultimately, if somebody doesn't know what in the world that is, but yet rests in its presence and tries to connect with that, they will transverse the whole path. Yes, these are mystical teachings. It's very esoteric, but this is the right form of esoteric. The whole path is from here. You can meditate and look at this and find that alignment, because there is an organic imprint of frequency and truth in it. And if you're able to align with that, the balance, the symmetry, the divinity, the divine order, the divine construction, then we are on the Merkava chariot. We are no longer in imbalance. We are living from the central column. We are living from the central channel. We are living in our Kundalini. The underlying structure of it all. All chakras are in alignment. There's so many different ways to discuss it, depending on which level of energy and structure you wish to discuss. The divinity of the upper chakra, the golden upper chakra above us, flows down into us, educating and aligning all the other ones, our actions, our heart, our compassion, our ability to manifest, our wisdom, third eye. Everything we do is in alignment with the divine flow downwards. And what we are doing is cleaning and aligning ourselves so the flow from us going up, as we work on our compassions and our actions and our ability to speak our truth, be able to connect with upper wisdom, so we could finally connect with Keter, the chakra above our head. You see how it's kind of lining up? It doesn't always fully line up in every step, but there's enough there to help us. And every step along the way is to heal, to let go of the constriction, to allow it to flow properly. All energy. Underlying thoughts is energy. Underlying actions is energy that does the actions. But what motivates those actions, good or bad? It's the energetic impulse. And how do we work with our energetic impulse? We could do it from the inside out or from the inside in. Discussed this previously. I teach the inside out. We work directly with energy to work with energy. I also advocate the outside in. Actions, reading, understanding what we're doing here. It's a teaching both at the same time, but yet it's still a teaching. Right? So that's a little bit the outside in, through intellect and understanding. So you know what this picture represents. Essential. It's much better than just looking at it and not knowing what it is. But ultimately, you could just look at it and it will have a power to it. But if you understand it and you see what you're looking at, then now you're working directly with energy, and that's from the inside out. Symbols, the actual framework of life, carries its own frequency because it's blessed, because it's the truth, because it comes from divinity itself, hence why it's all in gold. We work with our imbalances with the medicine, with the Shekhinah. We work with the imbalances of our sephirots, of our chakras, of our karma, of our lives, of our PTSD, of everything we have. We all know we have all dealing with things. It's the human condition. Don't judge it, just what it is. You find out where you are. That's okay, and you work from that place. And just like the rainbow color lights, we take from that murky orange that looks too green or too brown or too black. The Shekhinah puts that light of purity through it, and it transforms that and purifies it. So the color starts moving back to the original factory settings, which may have never existed in our lives or our parents' lives, and may have never existed since the fall. But that pureness of that helps transform us. And then our thoughts and our patterns change. Our actions change. The flow begins to flow because we let go of our constriction of the pain and the imbalance. And the PTSD and everything we have flows out and is in the past. And as that happens, we enter into alignment. Hence why the path of working directly with energy is the most powerful one. Yes? All right, we're going to take a break here. So how about 10 minutes? And then we have a little more, and then we're going to practice a little bit. Okay? Thank you. Okay. People come back a little bit. I did not stop during the break. I was preparing the next portion. So let me take a moment myself as people settle back in to just take a pause for me. I've literally been creating that sort of donation page on the website, and I think I spent like 60 or 70 hours on it for the last 8 days trying to figure out the coding, and been up since 5 a.m. this morning preparing the teaching, so trying to stay focused here. So let us see. So the tree of life in gold is really seeing it in its original form, in its original dignity and radiance, free of any distortion. It's in full alignment of divine presence, beyond any colors that may be associated with any of the sephirots, with any of the blessings that emanate from the Shekhinah. It's literally the source of it. We're aligning with the core, at the basis, at the very foundation of Torah, of the names, the essence from which all comes, from which all emanates, that gave birth to everything, that unknowable divinity. And this image helps us to find healing, to anoint places, our shrine, our homes, from what emanates, to reawaken memory of wholeness, of divine connection, of sacredness, because the image is very sacred, because of the truth and the purity that it shows, and our ability to connect with it at a very, very deep level, which helps rebalance us. In Proverbs 3, chapter 18, said, "She is a tree of life to all who hold her fast." The literal translation is, "She is a tree of life to those who grasp her, and those who support her are happy or blessed." She is a tree of life to those who grasp her, and those who support her and are happy or blessed. So it's pointing to a truth. Wisdom. The divine female presence. The emanation of God. It's Shokma on the Sephirots, the primordial light, the first flash of insight, the Shekhinah's inner radiance. In Proverbs 8, the she even speaks, saying, Yahweh created me at the beginning of his way. I was with him as a craftsman. And she is wisdom, the breath of understanding, the tree herself. And I believe she's the spark of the Shekhinah that accompanied the energy of God as it went into form. It's the basis of everything that is, the purity of everything. It's Yahweh's presence in form, the Merkava chariot. She's the tree. She's the manifestation of God. She's the womb that gives birth to it all. So that's when we live in the central column, we are literally at home base, the true flow. And that's why when we align with it through our practice, we naturally become whole. That's why I say, let go into the mantra, let go into the names. Don't think about it, just say it. Go in the flow. Allow the sacred syllables, the sacred names, just flow through you, in you. Get lost in the current. Lose track of time and space. Be in that. That puts you into alignment. It releases the karma, bad mitzvot. It releases the trauma. It brings in healing. You go slowly because, I don't know, it depends. Some people might get more apt up, depending. I'm not sure. You see how you react. You know how to take pauses, to experience when to do more, when to do less, when to take a break, or never take a break. You learn to bring it into your life, in the office. You're stressed. You say inside of you or under your breath. You shouldn't say out loud where people hear you. That's definitely not appropriate. But you keep it to yourself and you say the name. You find that wholeness and that grounding. And then you move forward. And yes, you can call it forth on the spot. We're literally emanating God's presence. We're emanating God's frequency to rebalance what is out of balance. Reconnecting with the structure of things. Reconnecting. You look at the picture. With creation, with what cannot be seen, but can be felt, that can become understood, that can channel through us, that can heal us, give us wisdom, understanding, knowledge of what to do, right from wrong, how to direct ourselves, what to say in the situation, what not to say. When we are in our seat, when we are sitting on our personal throne of our lives, we become more masterful, more able, healthier. And that's about returning into alignment. Torah, sacred texts, is there to guide us, to help us understand where we come from. Tanakh stories help guide us, understand what's happened in the past, give us models, understanding, But these are sacred tools to help us grow back into alignment. And it's an energetic alignment. We connect back to the tree of life. Which comes from the flower of life, the source and underlining of all creation. So we see with the names of God, it's plugging into this divine current. And so I've explained logically, step by step, because I've always had to understand things logically. It's just the way my mind works. I love to understand things, how it works. So we see that this is not just all out there, mumbo jumbo, but there is a logical structure that we begin to understand is very real, a divine roadmap. Our road is aligned and leading to something real. We just have to drive it, make momentum, gather speed and direction, and move into our alignment and get into the flow of the divine current, the divine golden river. We dip into the stream. We move out from the shallows into the current that's in the middle, and we feel a little more and a little more. We may even swim with it for a while, and then it picks up speed, and then the stream carries us. And we learn to know we can relax in it through experience and trust and see how it unfolds, and we realize it's trustworthy. Because the outcome is good, the outcome is aligned, the outcome is in keeping with Torah and morality and ethics and what we feel and know to be good. We have insights, we have religious experiences, even mystical experiences. A lot of this is born out of people who have gone very far because of their practice, because how they were born, through an anointing. And they share with us as guidance, a path to be walked, a spiritual religious inheritance that we are privileged to know and to receive because it helps us. So the tree of life, wisdom, the Shekhinah, gives life to our tree, to those who maintain an alignment with her. And those who are in alignment are blessed and happy. And the wisdom is just not wisdom. It's also deeper understanding, because wisdom links to understanding, where it's grounded, where it's refined, where it's concentrated, right? The left side of the tree, right? The masculine side. And it gives form into something physical, the Torah, divine order. The Shekhinah becomes manifested, right? It has a current. It becomes a thing. It's manifested. It's impregnated the womb. So the Shekhinah has female aspects and also a masculine aspect. And by understanding the truth of what underlines everything, it brings life, alignment, and joy. And this is what this syllable, this here, one moment, is describing. That can be our kingdom, physical manifestation of what this gorgeous picture represents. That is energy. Its foundation. It's the energetic imprint that gives rise to form our kingdom. It's perfection, it's bounty, it's gorgeous, it's healing, it's literally Eden. This is literally the tree of life in Eden, more than likely. It's when all the sephirots are aligned, when our earth is aligned in beauty. Yes? When we return to wholeness. When we've accomplished the healing of ourselves and our planet, and we return to the kingdom of God, Eden. This is the embodiment of the sephirots when they're aligned. That picture representation is literally the manifestation of the consequence, the result of this. No, it gives birth to this. One moment here. So, the perfected golden tree of life with the flower of life, when it's manifested physically in its perfection, is this. So when we sit in front of this beautiful sacred syllable, this sacred flower of life, we understand that that's the energy of perfection, which comes from this. So now we understand the nature of the current that we have always been plugged into, knowingly or unknowingly, otherwise we wouldn't be alive. But when I say we're plugging in, it's because we have to make the effort and intention to really plug in, meaning we are doing the work to really connect to the energy that underlines everything, the flow of the Shekhinah in its perfection, in balance, the clearing of our sephirots, of our chakras, of our thoughts, of our damage, of our offness, off of the clearing of, pardon my French, our fucked upness, everything that sort of does not quite be okay, a little off, our tiredness, our inability to always be in alignment. The perfection and healing of that is a high frequency manifestation of ourselves, of our world. Eden within ourselves, Eden without ourselves, outside of ourselves, and its representation of perfect unity with what the Aleph is pointing towards. This is the source of life itself. So the flower of life is the sacred field, and the tree of life is what grows from it. It's the sacred structure. And it is in perfect union with each other. And it's the basis from which life takes shape. And as frequencies fall, as imbalances occur, then it becomes distorted. And the level of distortion is manifested through our world and ourselves. And we need to make a choice. And we make this choice every day. And when one listens to a teaching like this, there is a choice. Do we choose to direct ourselves back to a better alignment, to make the effort and the decisions to say no to what tempts us, to return home to God into better purity and alignment, which could require a sacrifice of what we would kind of like to do personally. Sacrifice of our egos of desire and grasping, and things which we may want to do, but we know that is not the choice to return to God. So do we give in to these temptations, to the imbalances that exist within us, within our sephiroth, within our chakras? Or do we make a choice, an attempt to realign ourselves back into the proper frequency? We may not always be successful. We may have relapses. It may be a slow road, but do we make the choice to try, and then to try again, and then to try again? And with time, there's no longer as much of an effort because we're in the flow. We've made the effort, and now we're in the central column, and we feel the image that I'm showing now. We feel the power and the energy and the blessing that comes from it, because we have this sensitivity and we've chosen to become receptive to the emanation of Yahweh, of God, of the source, of the divinity. It's ultimately a choice. It's always been a choice, whether we know it or not. Even if someone has no concept of God or these teachings, they know right from wrong. Which choice do they make? A choice in the right, towards the right frequency, doing the right thing, is ultimately a choice to be back in union with the divine, whether they even know whether a divine exists. Because that's the frequency of the divine. So they go into the river of divinity. And they're led home to perfection, to higher frequencies. This image is a higher frequency, which we aim towards, which we heal ourselves and our world, Tikkun Olam, back into that direction. This is why a picture like this could be considered to be suitable for our prayer space, including the golden Aleph. I will place both on the website for download, because they carry sacredness, they carry reminding us. It has a frequency. Just looking at it in contemplation, and I don't mean contemplation and thinking about it, it's looking at it and being open to it and meditating on it. Being in the presence of it while your mind open energetically causes a realignment. These are energetic practices. And it leads us back to wholeness. We reconnect to the energy that's before thought, before concepts, before sacred texts, before liturgies, before temples. Everything that is pure and sacred on this planet, including the temples and the texts and the liturgies, all come from this, which comes from this. It's a harmony. It's a frequency. It's an alignment. It's important to have the right GPS. It's important before GPS to align yourself with the right northern star, so you know the direction where you're going. And you know, and you end up in the right destination. This is a beacon. It's a frequency to tune our car into, to direct which way, which off-ramp, how fast. And as we grow into it, we have the blessings and the healing. We leave that Pinto. We have the ability of the truck to navigate more difficult waters. But as we clear, as we move, it becomes easier into that Ferrari. And finally, it just becomes easier and easier into that Learjet at 50,000 feet, which does not have turbulence at that altitude. It's fast, it's easy, it's smooth. And then we live fully in the Shekhinah. And that's the starship. It's a different way of being, but it's still you. The flower of life symbolizes the let there be light moment. It's the first expansion of divine will into the open space that had existed after God pulled back to allow this space to exist. There was nothing there. There was a womb, and it was impregnated by God's manifestation of the flower of life, the source from which all things come. And it was perfect. So I wish to do a practice with you where we're going to do a mantra practice like I've mentioned before. But given the nature of this teaching, I like to introduce a new practice. One that I didn't think I would teach for quite a while, but here it is. One may need to work up to it. One can do it both with, in conjunction with, the mantra practices of the names of God that I teach. It's offered. And, it's powerful in a very deep, deep way. It's the source of everything. So why don't people take a break, take a breath, take some water, God knows I will, and then let's meet back up in front of our prayer space. In about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little longer, and we're going to do this practice together. If you could bring your computer and put it in front of your prayer space so you could look at your screen. If not, that's okay, but most people have cell phones, so maybe you can log into the YouTube on your cell phone so you could have this symbol that I'm going to place in front of you. And we're going to work on this together and introduce something as sort of the fruition of this teaching. So, about 10 minutes or so. Okay. Okay, welcome back. Sadly, my microphone broke, so I am speaking through my laptop. But I just want to give the instruction and to guide us through this practice. And hold on, make sure this is coming through. So let's do this. So if people could put their computer or a picture from their cell phone of the Aleph in front of their shrine or prayer space, or if you are at a table or something or in a chair somewhere, you could look at it as you are praying. And rather not praying, it's a practice which I'm going to go through with you regarding this. As perfect. Wanted to make sure the sound was coming in nice and clear. And then if you could light your prayer space like we normally do. And find a comfortable position, but I'm going to be explaining the practice first. So, be comfortable. Okay. So, the Aleph is like the seed syllable before the names of God. It's the soundless breath before speech. It's the first exhale. It's the first yes from the silence of God. And so with this practice, ultimately you could end up doing it with your eyes closed. But at the beginning, as one tries to learn the form of the Aleph or resonate with the frequency of the picture, you leave your eyes open And one inhales slowly through the nose, receiving sort of the hidden light, the energy from what the Aleph represents. And then one exhales gently through the mouth, as if beginning to speak, but you stop before saying anything, because we remember that it has no sound. And as we exhale, it's only breath with no word, no sound. The Aleph is a whisper before the world. And our hearts say it. We remember, we attach to that frequency. Our body becomes the altar. And our soul remembers, our essence remembers where we came from. And so when we breathe in, we breathe in the light from the Ora Ein Sof, the infinite light before creation. We let it fill us, not with air, but with presence. And as we exhale slowly through our mouths, we don't utter sound. We exhale only the gold, the essence, the vibration of being, the breath of the Aleph. No sound, it's just the exhale that carries that energy that has no name, beyond the name, beyond the sound, the core, where it all comes from. This is the moment before the word, with capital W. This is the breath that Yahweh released when he first whispered, I am. The Aleph is not emptiness. The Aleph is where divinity began to shine. We don't even sound it inwardly as a word. We become it. We allow that energy to fill us. And it happens naturally, or we visualize it in us. We see it, or we see it on our screen, and we invite it within us. It manifests within us. Ultimately, it's all within us, but sometimes we have to have an outward form to help us. But it's a visualization, and then we allow it to emanate. It's the 24 karat gold, and it fills us, and it exhales to us through the out-breath, where we become the womb of the Aleph with no sound. It rests in our heart like gold on still water, and we allow our breath to become it. So the letter Aleph is not a sound, it's a vessel. It carries what it's pointing towards. To say it out loud is to miss the stillness it holds because it has no sound. And we could imagine it as glowing in 24-karat gold, suspended in the breath, in the breath. It's known. It's seen but not spoken. It's breathed but not declared. So we breathe in gently and we breathe out in stillness. And we see the golden Aleph suspended before us, with the image, or in space, or within ourselves, like a divine flame, like a gate, like the first whisper of I am. And it's not so much that it's breathed out, it breathes through us. So the Aleph is within, and it emanates on our out breath. We become the axis, AXIS, the point from which light radiates into all directions, beginning with our own exhale and inhale. And as one moves along, it emanates through our whole body, through the energetic field that is our body, around our body. What some might call the aura, and it's a real thing. It emanates from us. So it emanates from the breath, but also we could feel it emanate in all directions from our body, and we become the source of it. And as we do this, it floods our body with that sacred divine energy, and it heals us. It aligns our sifrots. Yes? It does this. Look at your screens. So you see, it's all embedded in the energy that we're touching into. There's no need to do anything else. And from this comes the names of God. We are going to the source from which everything emanates and working and resonating and connecting with that energy. And we breathe it out and allow it to emanate from us. And at the same time, as we are the vessels of it, it goes through our cells in our body and aligns our sephirots to the point that they emanate in gold. That's the essence of the spiritual path that we're all trying to do through study, through actions, through conduct. Is this realignment. Here, with these practices, we are working directly with the energy of it. Directly. Energy meeting energy. And from that basis, everything will just naturally fix itself. The antibiotic doesn't care anything about exactly what it's trying to fix. It doesn't need to know it. The antibiotic by itself, that energy, that medicine, fixes what needs to be fixed. Does that make sense? So by bringing this in and radiating it out, it fixes what needs to be fixed within ourselves, tikkun ourselves. And as we radiate out, it's tikkun oman, heals the world, heals our family, heals our community, heals illnesses, heals anything that's disturbed from all the sifrots that exists. Our community one, the world one, our family one, ourselves, all are in the basis of alignment or disalignment. And this practice touches what's the source of all divinity and alignment. It's the breath of Yahweh. It's to be seen but not spoken, as it has no sound. It is to be breathed but not declared. We breathe in gently, and we breathe out in stillness. And we see the golden Aleph suspended before or within us. And it emanates from us in all directions, beginning with our own inhale and exhale. This is a mantra practice. It's similar instructions in a way with the names of God, but those have sounds. They have vibrations through syllables. This is a little more, it's the source of that. But unlike mantras where you have different names and you feel to do one for this, or you might move from one to the other depending on which sifrot you're trying to clear or which one resonates to you. This is the source of it, meaning this works for all of it. And it has no sound. Sometimes it's hard to resonate with something like this at the beginning, but we can try. As one works with the mantras of the names, and it has the ability to understand energy and things, then one is able to resonate with this seed, where it all comes. And one can just rest there. Sometimes you go from multiple names to one, and then maybe from that one to this. You see the three phases? From this to one of the names of God to a combination of the names of God. One can have their main practice in one of these three levels. One can move between them as needed. But this is the first level from which the other levels come. The point is, wherever one works from, one is always connecting with God. The important thing is, and this is an important teaching. So take a sip of water, because people think this and it's a problem. They think one is better than the other. The one that is the best is the one where you are at. I've jumped from one to the next thinking I'm here, and then something happens, I go to the other one. It is not going up and down a ladder. Okay? That will cause problems if you think that. Because if you're trying to do it at a level that you're not able to reach at that moment, or for a month or even a year or two or whatever, you're not going to get the juice of the practice because that's not quite available to you now. The importance is that you get where the frequencies are able to move through you. So you can go from doing one name, having to find a combination of 3 or 4. It doesn't matter. They're all pure divine currents. So you work where you are, not where you would like to be, or from where you were. Where you are at this moment is all that's important. There is no hierarchy. The point is to relate, to work with, to connect with the sacred frequency. And it doesn't matter if it's 3 words of names of God, or 4 or 5. And believe me, I could string them. And one of these days I'll string a whole bunch of them for you. But really, I find only 3 or 4 is necessary because they're that powerful. Or 1, or the soundless. This one in front of our screen. The importance is to connect. We try to connect through Torah. We connect through our actions, mitzvot, in the world. We connect through prayers, outright prayers. We recite through structured prayers in books. Music. All of this is to attach to a divine frequency. We heal our bodies, we take medicines, we arrange the alchemy of our minds to psychiatric medicines. We do therapy. Why? Well, to be healthy. Why? To be better, to be able to walk better in our life. But from a religious point of view, is to be able to align with God, to balance our sifrots. So with the 3 levels, and I never thought I would teach the first one for a couple years, but here it is, right, being presented. It doesn't matter which one. It's the one where you are out. There is not a lesser or a better one. I'll tell you which ones are the worst ones. To make it very clear, I'm going to speak about this from the other direction. You know which ones are the worst ones? The ones where you are not at. And then if you're if you are there, then that is the best one. But if you're not there, that's not a good one. Do you see how relative it is? Very important. Do not grasp where you are not. You're grasping, right? You're not in it. The current in the river, the Shekhinah, the 24-karat gold river is as present in all 3 of them in different ways. Ultimately, one will come to understand this way that I'm teaching now. But I'm not going to characterize it for you, and I'm not necessarily going to explain any hierarchy of understanding. People will understand through their own practice. This is where I get silent, because I fear there will be misunderstanding and confusion if I go any further in another level of teaching. But this is the source from where all of it comes. And you grasp onto it where you are. This is a pith instruction. This is extremely important when you teach the recitation of names. I'm teaching all the levels within a couple weeks of each other. That's unheard of. And normally it would be years, and it wouldn't be done in the way this is out there. And it's fine. People will naturally fall where they are. And you work with it, and then you naturally evolve. And there's really no evolution. I'm going to stop there because I'm not going to go any further because I already see myself sharing too much. So let's move on. So the practice. So it's really the breath of the Aleph. We inhale, and that activates the Aleph that's within us at our heart. We receive the breath of the I Am, embodied in it. And the golden Aleph expands silently or begins to radiate its energy in our chest or before us or from the image we're visualizing. Doesn't matter. You connect with it. And there's different levels. It could be an image. It could be a visualization. It could be a felt sense. You take that, how it presents at the level you are. Just like the teaching on the mantra, these are 3 different ways of visualization. We're working with our minds. You see why we meditate? And I said find the stillness and the discipline of being present, because in the future it will help you. Well, this is how it helps us, not only in our daily life, it helps us with practices like this. So I teach all levels, because there are all levels listening. As well, it's a complete teaching. Therefore, it's all there. It's all out there. It's all presented. But you work where you are at. Yes? But then you also know the direction and what to do when you feel like there's another door opening to something else, or it naturally manifests that you're seeing it inside of you and you're like, oh, is this wrong? Oh no, he spoke about that. But that's not something you necessarily go for. Ultimately, you could visualize it, and it's helpful because you're not always going to have the picture in front of you. And you come to understand how it feels when it's visualized inside of you. The core of our body is at our hearts. It's where the energy of our body is created. The powerhouse of energy of our body is not created in our minds. It's our heart. The EKG, right, measures the heart. Yes? It's the source. So we visualize it there. And it does something to our energy, and it fuels to our body, and then we emanate it. We could also see it in front of us. But when we see it and we feel that energy, right? It's in our body because we feel it. We say we feel it or we resonate with it. It's because now what was outside is now within. And having the syllables triggers that. And then we begin to work with it and resonate. So we rest in it, it fills us, and then we emanate it out with the breath. And also we learn to emanate it out from our bodies. But by doing that, the emanating out, that means it passes through our skin, through our bones, through our cells, through our sephirots, through our chakras. And it naturally aligns. It's a divine elixir. Divine medicine, divine blessing. Do we see how powerful it can be to heal us? It's a choice. We are aligning with Yahweh, with God. from the very energy of Him. We turn to it, we allow it in, and we emanate, and it fills us. And then we assess how it works in our lives, how we feel, how it changes us at the cellular level, because it's a frequency. And everything is affected by frequency. And then we will see how it manifests in our relationship to each other, to our relationship to the divine world, to the divine word. The scriptures are divine, our relationship to God and to each other, to the animals, to our planet. And we're creating the seeds from our practice of mantra. And where does mantra come from? From the Aleph that has no sound, yet has energy, has vibration before there was sound. It's the first emanation, it's the I am. It fills us with divine beingness, the presence of God, the being of God there. It's not the concept. So we let go of the concept of what we think it is or isn't this. We have an understanding of it, but in the practice, and we could study what I've said, contemplate it. There's so many layers. But ultimately, when we're doing the practice, we're seeing what arises. We're not thinking about it. We're not projecting what we think it is or what it's not. We're not trying to understand it. We're not contemplating it. We are being in its presence. Just like a light bulb, we don't contemplate the light bulb. We don't contemplate how it works or what it's made of and all this. We're in the presence of the light, and we feel it, we see it, and it has an effect on us, right? So we have a light bulb that does many different lights nowadays, right? So the green has an effect on us, so blue has an effect, the orange, the yellow. Bright light has an effect. It's all different frequencies, and it affects us a certain way. If we like it, we don't, we feel calm, it aggravates us, right? So this itself has a frequency. So we're with it. We see it, and then we open to what that frequency is. Yes? It's sometimes harder to start here. That's why there's the one name or the multiple names. We work on this ability to develop it. But it also could be very easy. Or not. Or is. We work with it. And sometimes we try it. And we work with it. To gain that familiarity. But the important point is we work at where we're able to work from. The importance is we're swimming and being in the flow of the Shekhinah. The method we use is really secondary. But ultimately, one begins to have an understanding of it. And because we're led. And then we grow in wisdom. And then we understand more. But we understand through the practice and through the connection and doing the practice, not by projecting on the practice or thinking what it does. You jump in, you do, and you experience. The mind checks out. There's no mind in this. You let go into the flow. You just be. Just be. Be in this. Let go into it. Don't project. Don't try to manage or to channel or anything. You do the practice. Period. However it comes out, and it will change with time. Just do it. You take yourself out of the equation. That's for all the mantra practices, regardless of the 3 different levels. And in the exhale, we exhale through the Aleph. So our exhale is the exhale of the energy of the Aleph. And that light, that energy radiates out into our home, into our world, through ourselves. And it moves out as peace, healing, awareness, or silence. Our breath carries the presence with a capital P. We're not imagining it. It's just doing it. It's literally doing it. And our body becomes the altar. The Aleph becomes the emanation, the candle from the altar, the sacred flame. And the breath becomes the offering, what makes it emanate from us. It's what emanates out. We ultimately, and this is the essence of mantra, we ride the Shekhinah. So we wish to become the frequency of what we're emanating. We return to wholeness, into the garden, when we are in full balance. So we allow ourselves that frequency from the Aleph. We become the Aleph. And we emanate it. It doesn't mean we're God, but our presence of self recedes. So for that moment, we emanate. And in that moment, we deeply heal. Because in that moment, we are riding the Shekhinah chariot. Does that make sense? And ultimately, as one moves along the path, like I've mentioned, the more we ride the chariot, the more we emanate the sacred energies. We move along the levels of the Emmanuel manifestations. The levels of what we might call enlightenment or divine manifestation. Yes, in the practice there, we let go of ourselves and go into the energy of it, and we allow that energy to fill us and to emanate us. It's profound. We can get insights and wisdom, understanding, healing, strength. Carries all the blessings. We release into it, let go into the flow. We just do the practice. The more we get out of the way, the more powerful the practice is, because we're not resisting. the frequencies or the emanation of divine energy that's coming through us, because we're not trying to guide it or think what it is. We're just doing it. Like you jump into a river, the river is what it is. The heat, the cold, still moving. We are in it. We can't manage it. It is what it is. It's cold, it's hot, it's deep, it's not. It's fast, it's slow, it's still. Right? Just like this. We do the practice and it manifests as it manifests. And we're a fish in water and we're okay with it. We work with it. It's all around us. It's in us. We dissolve into it. And that's where it starts getting really profound. And that's where things really become changing in a very deep way. That's why I say you get lost in it. Don't worry, you'll come back. And you'll be like, wow, that was a deep practice. Wow, I've been looking for this my entire life. Why? Because we've come home. And we feel so connected to God. And that's where the healing comes in. That's where the transformation comes in. That's where the realignment comes in. That's where the reconnection really starts flowing through us. This is the path of working with divine energy. So we allow that energy to rise within us. And through our breath, the inhale and the exhale, it moves through us. Inhale, exhale, in conjunction with the Aleph. It emanates, inhale, from formless lights, the Aleph, the manifestation of the I Am, its qualities. It emanates from us, but you notice we're creating a feedback circle from the out breath, but we've already in the energy. It doesn't mean we're expelling all the energy that's within us. It's still there. So the inhale and outhale is actually enforcing that circle that's being generated by the Aleph. And if we remain in the presence of it, it grows. It fills us. Our mind stops and becomes still. And we're in the flow of the current of the Shekhinah. And we are in the chariot, at least for that moment, or those moments. And increasingly with time, we're in the radiance of the Shekhinah as we walk around our world. See? That works from all the mantras, regardless of the level of this. Speechless, there's no sound, to one name of God, to several names of God. We connect with the energy and it bathes us and radiates, and we sink home into that warm blanket of our Father's embrace, where we come from. The Divine Mother of the Shekhinah bathes us, holds us, and we're home. And we realize we're actually safe, and we're blessed. And it heals all that ails us in ourselves and ultimately in the world. We enter into the vibration and the state of the I Am. We're in connection. Doesn't mean we're the I Am, mind you. But that means we're in the presence. Right now we're disconnected. If you look at Genesis, Adam and Eve was always in the presence of God. It's right there. He lived amongst the presence, lived amongst God. This allows us to re-enter into that presence. There's no poverty sense here. I'm not worthy. It's too holy for me. No, sorry. With all due respect, no. Not from my perspective. This makes us holy. This makes us worthy. But we were never unholy or unworthy enough not to enter into this communion. Do you see? If you think that, then you block yourself. And then how do you become holy and worthy? If you have that mentality, you might never feel holy or worthy ever. But then this is really how you become holy and worthy, if one works and thinks with these concepts. I would rather suggest that there's no such thing as being worthy or unworthy. You come as you are, and you do the practice and get out of these intellectual concepts that are limiting. God has the outstretched arm. Why can't this be something that's outstretched? The Shekhinah from the teachings I've shown and the tree of life is available to everyone. Why not jump on the wagon, on the chariot? This is the chariot. It's here. It's pulled into our station, and it's offering these methods to work with, to grow with. To, if you think in unworthy or worthiness, to lead us to where we think we're worthy. But ultimately, it heals. And it's available to anyone. Regardless of where they're at with regard to their worthiness or unworthiness, holiness, not holy, good or bad, whatever these dualistic terms are, this is not on that frequency. This is beyond it. We don't get trapped in that. This is the practice. We let go into the flow of what's in our body, and we let go of anything that limits us from connecting to God, to return to the proper flow. Not human concepts of our own judgments of what we are. This is to pop into the current. The river is available to everyone. So as we inhale, we receive that current, that blessing. In the still point, the Aleph expands within us. And the exhale, the light radiates outwards from our hearts, from our lungs, from our center, from our presence. It contains the Shekhinah. We bathe. We go to a river to clean ourselves, to bathe, to purify. We go into a river to remove things that aren't clean. We go to a river to baptize ourselves at times, to recommit, to make commitments, to enter into a certain path. It's not a question of being clean or unclean before you go into the river. The river is the method you become clean or unclean. Oh, thank God. That's exactly how to explain what I've been trying to explain. It's the method to become clean or unclean. So this is the method of it's the method to become clean. It's the method of aligning to purify. So this is the river. The practices and the mantras are the river. It doesn't matter what state you are when you get into these practices. This is the method. This is the bathing. This is the soap. This is the cleaning. This is the perfecting. It's the buffing of something that's tarnished, making it clean. This is what cleans the lights, the walls of our cathedral from all the schmut and the dust and the smoke and the grime and the dirt. This is what is the chemical agent. It's the alchemy. It's the product that cleans us back to factory settings. It really doesn't matter how we come into this. This is the method of how we come about and clean ourselves, clean our sifrot, align it. It's not even a question of cleaning or not cleaning. I really don't like these concepts, but it's a way of explaining it. It's just a way of just letting go all those things that don't serve us. All these things that are the add-ons. It's not who we are. The distortions are not who we are. It's returning to that 24-karat nugget of gold that's underneath us, that needs to be dug up and found and to radiate from. And we realize it was always there underneath. The Shekhinah in its full glory is always there. This is the method to reveal it. Yes, it's not that it doesn't already exist here. Our souls, we're always connected with God. There's a 24-karat nugget always within us. It's just that there's a lot of layers above it that causes imbalances. This is the method to create that bathing, that healing, that reconnection to God. And as we progress along, we understand in deeper and deeper ways how it comes about because we've lived it. And we don't intellectualize it. We do the practice. A lot of the explanations I give is to encourage people to go into the practice and try to dispel certain thoughts or ideas that might block them from the practice. And rightly so, but that's not, and not rightly so. I'm not negating certain thoughts or philosophies or things, but the philosophy of this teaching and from this perspective is you bathe in the river, you clean yourself in the river, you bathe and clean yourself in these practices of the mantras. That's the point of these mantras. It's literally the point of mantras. That's the purpose they serve. And that's the purpose this has. And by emanating and bringing in the Shekhinah, we cleanse ourselves and we cleanse our world. I hope it's well, I hate to, it's not something for me to normally that I say about my own things, but this is very profound. This is very profound. There's really nothing, this is very profound. This is paradigm shifting. It shifts how we perceive and how we work with things. It opens doors. Allows us to move from limited thinking and something more that we don't fully grasp and is not limited by our brains and our thoughts. We step into the divine current and allow it to carry us. And that's what makes mantra practice so powerful. And one of the greatest blessings. And I would not be here today if it weren't for it. I would not be able to teach. I would not have realizations that I have. None of it. So, when the Aleph radiates out from us in the out-breath, it carries everything that it awakened within you and more. It has healing. As the Aleph expands in your center, the energy of it, you could view it as expanding, the size of it. It could radiate 24 karat gold, or it could just be the energy. You don't have to necessarily visualize it. You think of it and just see what comes from it. It reorders our inner structure. And when we exhale, it carries the order outwards, bringing healing to others, our space. It's the silent source of all speech. It's knowledge before it's uttered. It's complete wisdom. The knowing before knowing. And when we exhale, it's released. It's pure wisdom, not data, but as frequency. And its wholeness. It reunites the above and the below. Remember how it's formed. 2 yuds above, one above and the other one below. And the vav, the line in between. Connecting what's above and what's below. God and man. We reconnect. And the structure is really the inner harmony of our soul, our birthright. And our out-breath becomes a wave of wholeness, a golden field of restoration. So what's ever born in the Aleph, in our practice, in our thinking of it, is carried in the breath. Healing, wisdom, order, gold, wholeness, connection with God. It's 24 karat divine gold. Pure, divine, the radiant origin before there was any distortion, before any shadows, before confusion. It's 24 carats because it's not mixed up with our ego, our desires. Any noise, any misunderstanding on religion or energy. It's the divine pulse of the I Am. It carries the original light from the Ein Sof or Ein Sof through the Aleph into breath. And it radiates a living current that realigns, heals, and causes us to remember and to live from where we came from. It's a golden breath of God. It's a gold that never tarnishes. So you have received the teaching. So we're going to do it together. And there's not going to be any sound. So we could look at the image. And I'm starting by looking at the image too. So we could also visualize it inside. So I'm looking at the image today. And we feel the energy of it. What comes through? What is coming through this image? And when we open without thinking, it's not even what is it. Oh, so much better without my reading glasses. It's being in the presence and allow it to radiate an energy. When we feel it, that means it's already inside of us because we're feeling it, right? So we can't feel it if it's outside. It took me a while to realize that. Because we think it's outside, oh, it's not inside. But the fact that we're feeling something means it's inside of us. So when we get a sense of it, majesty or wholeness or, oh, wow, this is so relaxing, or it's filling, or it's just, oh, the presence. That means it's already resonated within. And so we breathe it. So if it's outside of us, we can literally breathe in that current that's we're already feeling, or even if we're not, but we breathe in from the image. How it's not an image, it's what it represents. It's connected. So we breathe in the divinity that it represents, the 24 karat gold of God, perfect presence. We breathe in that energy that's being created into us. It fills that space within us. We relax, open to it. No thoughts. We feel that vibration, whatever it feels like, warm, whole, mahogany, 24 karat. And then we simply exhale that. But we're not exhaling and depleting that battery, that charge, that feeling we have, but we're just allowing it also to flow outwards. And then, so let's do that. I'm still holding the energy even though I'm speaking to you. So I'm now gonna, it's an ability you get. And then, so with the exhale, I'm gonna take it out. You can feel so it's the inhale through the nose and exhale through the nose, number one. But you can feel when you're starting that there is a certain exhale of that energy outwards, which is good. Because that shows it's being released into your space. Right? So it left from your body and you filled up your battery and you allowed it to release outwards, right? But now comes the in-breath. So you're bringing in, so along with me, right? So we can all do this together. See, we're already practicing. See, we're already doing it. You see the point? Right? So we're practicing it. We just see the image. No thought, rest in stillness. See, it's the practice of meditation. You see how it comes in with this? We've been practicing this for a while, so this is why, in part. Stillness. It helps sometimes if you unfocus your eyes slightly, so you're not laser focused on it, but it's an open gaze where it loses a little clarity. You have a soft focus. It's still there, but it's not like honed in. Like people who have slightly not so good eyesight like me for a distance, not really off, but slightly, good to take off your glasses because that naturally gives you that soft gaze you're looking for. Okay? And people with great eyesight, just pull back your focus a little bit so it's just slightly fuzzy. That allows you to connect with the energy. And it's not the energy of an image. It's the energy that's connected through this holy symbol. It's what's behind. It's what's coming through. It's what it represents. It's a way to connect with something that's not fathomable, beyond concept. And it's not so much focusing at what it is, it's what we feel when we're in front of it. You see, that's the energetic transmission. We end up feeling a certain way. We feel a current coming from it, a blessing, right? It's the embodiment of Yahweh in this dimension. It's the seed that gave life. Let there be light. Do you see? So, soft gaze. Open yourself to it. Inhale through the nose, gentle inhale, soft inhale, and you just allow it to fill. You're opening your energy to it. So let's try that. Just a gentle in-breath. And then you don't hold it, but you remain still after you inhaled. It's not pranayama. It is not holding it in your lungs with a certain intensity. It's gentle. You bring it in, and what does it feel like? You're just open to what it is. And even if you don't feel anything, with time you will. And it's okay. You're doing the practice, and soon you will arrive. Okay? Breathing in. Resting in it. Slight exhale. Whatever that was, you just exhale it. There's no thinking. It's just feeling, letting go. In breath, out breath. In breath, out breath. But we're cycling the Aleph. That energy in and out. For people who are more advanced, you don't need the breath. You're just looking at the energy flowing through you outwards. It's a circular of energy in and out, in and out. And then you are neither in and out, and it's both in and out, and it's radiating, but it's not radiating, and you are with it. More advanced. And so with the visualization, in and out, you don't need to think what the qualities are, you just energy. You just look at it and you just breathe it in. Just breathe in the symbol, whatever it is. It's not the symbol. It could be the symbol. It is the symbol. It's beyond the symbol. You see the different levels here? But this through. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter how much, how little. Just an exhale, inhale, and exhale. And the more you do it, over the course of minutes, or however long, at some point, it's no longer going to go with the breath, and you're going to go more in the line of what I was just describing. And then you are in the presence of it. That energy, and your mind stops, and you just feel that current everywhere, and you radiating it, but it's inside, and there's no longer the sense of depletion when it radiates outside, because it's self-generating at that point. And then you just are in the current. And when the current slips a little bit, you go back to the practice of the visualization, either within you, or from the picture outside, or from a space in between, which is the syllable. It's always 24 karat gold. Okay? So let's do that together a little bit. There's no wrong way. You just do the best you can and let go of any judgment or thinking. Let's do this 10 minutes. Take breaks if you need to. If after a couple minutes that's enough, that's enough. Okay. So if people slowly, you take that energy with you. You carry it throughout your day and your week. And this is a practice. You know, you could also naturally from doing this practice also move into some of the names as well. And you could also start with the names and then move into this practice when you have the frequency and the momentum of the mantra, a single one or multiple. So you could start with multiple, moving to one, and then moving to the Aleph practice. All in one practice. So as opposed to starting from this, which can be more challenging, you start from one, and then as the energy builds, you naturally, easily move through. And that's often a way one can progress from one to the other, or you go right to it. But the importance is to feel the flow of the divine current, the flow of the Shekhinah. Start feeling the energy of the Merkava chariot, 24-karat gold chariot, the divine radiance of Yahweh. Endless is the Holy One. Blessed be He. Amen. Well, so thank you so much for being with me this week. The pictures will be on the website, hopefully by this evening, if not by tomorrow morning, probably tomorrow morning, tomorrow during the day. And, or sooner. I will definitely try to get it up as soon as possible. And also, if you feel so called, the portal to assist the teachings and myself are available also on the website. It's just there if you feel so called. And thank you so much for being with me today. And the pictures will be there to be downloaded if you feel called. They could also be on your digital devices if that's where you feel called, or they could remain in your photo album, or they don't need to be downloaded if you don't feel so. But they're freely offered, and I hope they bless you. And may Yahweh bless us all in the coming week. May He always bless our practice. May He always bless our world. May He bless our families. May we all return to wholeness in Him. Amen. Until next week, my friends. Bye-bye.